Hello, Mayor.
Sorry about that.
One minute, there we are. 1 minute, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the regular meeting of council to order. Our clerk is Ms. Sheila Gurry. I'd ask for a procedural motion to proceed in camera. Moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Armstrong. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the February 6, 2023 regular meeting of Council. I'd like to recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk tonight will be Ms. Sheila Gurry. Tonight's regular meeting of Council will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. The question period sign-up sheet is on the table by the double doors to my left for agenda items only. If during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question relating to an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. Members have been granted authority to attend electronically, and I don't see him, but he was certainly with us earlier. Councillor Manley, I suspect he'll be joining us very shortly.
I'm here.
There you are. See? I predicted it, and there you come. That's such magic powers. Gosh, I wish I had those powers. The first item, as I say, on the agenda is the introduction of late items. Ms. Gurry, we have 3 tonight.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. For late items this evening, agenda item 12C, the addition of report title Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities Resolutions. Agenda item 12K, we're adding a report titled BC Destination Development Fund. And agenda item 14B, the addition of a notice of motion from Councillor Manley regarding addiction and mental health crisis, and we're also replacing the wording, which is noted on your annotated and will be corrected on the agenda online as well.
Very good, thank you. Motion for adoption of the agenda as amended. Moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Brown. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion for adoption of the minutes is circulated. Moved Councillor Perino, seconded Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Mayor's report. I have a few items to go through tonight. The first is the extended deadline for new member to the Board of Variance. It's been open until February the 10th. If residents are interested in becoming more involved with local government, you have an opportunity to apply to the Board of Variance. Currently recruiting 1 member for a 3-year term. It's an independent body that grants variances to relax zoning regulations, extend non-conforming uses, and reconstruct non-conforming buildings. It's an important job, and it's interesting work. Everyone I've ever known over the years who's served on it has certainly enjoyed it, and so I hope we will get a number of good applicants. Applications are now open for 2023 Concerts in the Park. We're seeking local musicians to play in public spaces. The Parks, Recreation and Culture and Events team has been planning for the 2023 event season, seeking performers for the popular concerts. They take place between May and August in a variety of locations throughout Nanaimo and aim to enliven our public spaces and animate the parks with local talent. This is your opportunity. Applications are now open. They'll be accepted until March 6, 2023. And for more information in the Concerts and Parks series, please apply, visit, or go to Concerts in the Park on www.nanaimo.ca. Pleased to confirm a release that was issued earlier between the Regional District of Nanaimo and the City launching a new climate action program. The Regional District of Nanaimo and the City of Nanaimo are pleased to announce Acting for Climate Change Together. The acronym is ACT, for those of you who love acronyms. It will be launching on January 13th, and launched rather, I should say, on January 13th. This volunteer engagement initiative was created to inspire, educate, and empower individuals and community groups to work together to reduce our climate impact. Partially funded with a $15,000 Canada Agents of Change grant from the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, ACT complements regional programs in place to support 2050 greenhouse gas emission targets. The RDN and the City invite local groups to get involved and to apply to the ACT initiative by February the 10th, 2023. Additionally, I'm pleased to announce that the City has is funding additional warming services during cold weather. With temperatures dropping due to Arctic outflow, the City did provide further assistance prior to the weekend of January the 29th. There are a number of facilities available, including the 710 Club Society at St. Paul's Anglican Church on Chapel Street and the Unitarian Shelter. Warmbridge or Risebridge will also operate, and we're getting a report later tonight on their work. These funds are very important and deal with the most challenged individuals who are living in our city streets. Now, I want to say something about public safety. With the Downtown Safety Action Plan and the increased resourcing committed by Council, as many folks know, we hired 12 community safety officers. They were to focus on providing municipal supports and responses to the community and vulnerable citizens on issues including public disorder, homelessness, addictions, and mental health challenges. They conduct highly visible day and nighttime patrols, including bike patrols throughout the community, with emphasis in the downtown area involving extensive contact and liaison with the business community, first responders, public safety, service organizations, and unsheltered citizens. They are providing nearly 20 hours per day coverage. Council has tried to be responsive over the past 4 years in increasing resources. We're also adding a second clean team to provide 7-day-a-week cleanup coverage to support the community safety officers. And I want to just give, with their consent, as I've received it, and through their boss, so to speak, Dave LeBerge, permission to talk about 3 particular incidents in which these officers were involved. The first was on October 27th last year, and forgive me if I mispronounce your name, Gino Pagliarici and Chris Josephson. On the evening, while they were patrolling through the park on October the 26th, around 10 p.m., they were approached by an unsheltered person requesting assistance with a friend who had overdosed and was unresponsive. The officers located a female in a shelter near the pool facility who was unresponsive with cyanosis and no pulse. Emergency health response was initiated. Communication was established with physician. The officers administered naloxone and chest compressions with support from ambulance and fire personnel until the individual regained consciousness and was transported to hospital for further medical evaluation. Second incident was on December the 12th, 2022, involving Troy Sterling and Mark Ozeneg, again community safety officers at the City Parkade. They were patrolling the downtown parkade in the evening of December 9th when they encountered again another individual who was unresponsive and not breathing as a result of a suspected overdose. Emergency health response was initiated and communication again established with health services. The officers administered naloxone and chest compressions until the individual regained consciousness and again was transported to hospital as in the previous incident for further medical evaluation. The officers located, gathered up the individual's belongings and locked them up in a secure room in the parkade for safekeeping until they were able to return. The third incident was more recent on February the 1st. Adam Collishaw, Ron Litzenberger were attending a large gathering of people sheltering under the Bastion Street Bridge in the morning of February 1st when they observed a young male collapse onto the ground after ingesting drugs from a pipe. He quickly lost consciousness with depressed respiration and cyanotic pallor. Emergency health response was initiated and communication was established with health services. Again, the officers administered naloxone and chest compressions until the arrival of emergency health services. There is no question that their swift action saved this young person's life. I mention these because it emphasizes the tragedy that continues in our streets, and I'm not going to get on my high horse tonight, as I often do, about my views on the lack of supports for the most vulnerable amongst us. But I do want to point out that those community safety officers are doing amazing work every day to try and make our streets safer, to try and offer services to those vulnerable individuals who are in our streets, who require access to services, who need access to services, and in extreme circumstances, who need literally their lives saved. So on behalf of Council tonight, I want to extend my sincere thank you to all of those community safety officers as well as the first responders throughout our community. Yes, we've got an echo. You're right, Councillor Armstrong. All those officers throughout the community and people who continue to work with the most vulnerable amongst us, they are to be commended. And I have one more thing to talk about tonight. This is the last evening that Ms. Skye Snellgrove, seated next to our esteemed General, yes, right here, thank you. Ms. Gurry doesn't want me to point out where she is, and Skye, being the modest soul she is, probably doesn't want me to say anything, but of course I can't resist. She has been a very valued member of the Legislative Services team at the City of Nanaimo for some years now. We won't say how long. She's still wonderfully young and has a long, and I expect, based on what I'm about to say, successful career ahead of her. She has been poached away by the Regional District of Nanaimo. Another small slight that I will not forget, but for which we will forgive them because it will give them an opportunity to enjoy her services, her dedication, her professionalism, and I might say a very pleasing smile and personality, which isn't everything you need in a job, but it certainly helps every day when you're working, often in difficult circumstances with challenging people, and negotiating through the joys of many extended council meetings. So to Ms. Snellgrove tonight on behalf of council, with regret, but with support for your decision, congratulations. We wish you very well at the Regional District of Nanaimo, but just remember it's not that far back to City Hall. So thank you. I hate that we breached the rules about decorum in the chamber, but I guess I won't comment. Rising and reporting, Ms. Gurry.
Your Worship, there was one report in the closed meeting on the a warming center update that will be released on the website, and or council is able to speak to it.
Very good, thank you. We have no presentations. We have no committee minutes are just for receipt. We have no consent items tonight. We do have 3 delegations unrelated to agenda items, and the first is Water Stewardship and Community Engagement Award in honor of the late Rob Lawrence, and I'll try not to choke up, who was a very devoted public servant in this community and who is very justifiably honored with this engagement award in his name. So I'm going to call on Mr. Chapman from the Nanaimo Area Land Trust to come down and speak regarding this award. It's presented annually to Water Stewardship and Community Engagement champions in British Columbia and was created in Rob's memory. Mr. Chapman, good evening, Mr. Chapman, and welcome.
Hi. How do I advance the slides? Green forward, red back. Got it. It's advancing on its own. So thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm Paul Chapman. I live in Nanaimo. I'm the Executive Director of the Nanaimo and Area Land Trust. And with me is Nick Leone, a retired biologist with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and a member of the Partnership for Water Sustainability in BC. We're here tonight to tell you about an award the partnership has created to honor the life and legacy of Rob Lawrence, a former environmental planner with the City of Nanaimo. After a more than 20-year career with the city, Rob was enjoying a new life just south of the border in Washington State, newly married, new professional opportunities, and making the best of his retirement from the city when he passed away suddenly during a bike race. From the words that shared at Rob's memorial event last June, it was clear that he was a valued friend and co-worker and positive influence on the culture at the city. And he was also a valued friend to the community, collaborating with conservation groups and neighborhood associations to combine passion with capacity and achieve some very important watershed and wetland conservation milestones in Nanaimo. The partnership operates on a provincial scale, and the first recipient of the Watershed Moments Award is Kate Miller, the Environmental Services Manager with the Cowichan Valley Regional District. I'm going to turn the mic over to Nick to tell you more about Rob, and his delivery is much better than mine. And I hope that after Nick speaks, you will ask me about the upcoming Blue Ecology Symposium.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you very much, Paul, Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure and an honor to be speaking on behalf of the Watershed Moments team in partnership with the Partnership for Water Sustainability of BC in recognition of the late Rob Lawrence, former environmental planner for the City of Nanaimo. Rob Lawrence was a champion for the environment, as well as for his local and professional community, and a bridge between the two, an environmental planner for the City of Nanaimo for 20 plus years. Rob was well known, highly personable, knowledgeable, dedicated, and a passionate individual with an extraordinary ability to connect people and people with place. Through his connection, Rob garnered respect, trust, and support, linking people with ideas that help to shape and enhance their community through the integration of municipal development and ecosystem assessment and planning. Rob was a wonderful conciliator. Consensus was his motive, a quality essential to harmonizing environmental and development interests in planning. Rob saw the value, the outcomes, and the benefits of profiling and maintaining environmental integrity throughout the municipal development planning process, recognizing its importance to community wellness, values, and sustainability. Rob further recognized and understood not only the benefits, possibilities, and opportunities for bridging between the built and the ecological or natural environment, but its potential to enhance public amenities, community identity, livability, and ultimately, very importantly, as a means to foster connection to and inspiration of place. In Rob's eyes, these elements and the range and diversity of ideas within the community citizenry to achieve these goals were not necessarily divergent, rather integral components of one another. Rob understood the importance of the natural environment, our watershed health, and its relationship to our built environment and its social well-being through the provisioning of ecosystem services and the protection and maintenance of our natural assets. He understood, however, that the connection and its potential was arguably limited without equal focus, respect, and ability to connect and inspire people within our communities. Rob was not only keenly aware of this fact, but he lived it and how he engaged life and supported and mentored others. What an extraordinary influence and effect on one's community and meaningful legacy. The ability to interweave and harmonize opinions and personalities, science, professional disciplines, and policies, along with technical and administrative processes, is an exceptional quality and one Rob was well known and respected for. Connecting people to place and with one another for the betterment of community in our world, such principles and ideals are indeed exemplary, reflective of the essence of stewardship and the Watershed Moments team values and goals, and most certainly deserving of such recognition. Through his being, his person, and his actions, Rob set a standard which resonates through time and to which we can all aspire.
And if you could wrap up fairly soon, please.
I will, very quickly, yes. And I just wanted to add that Rob extolled the virtues of George Bailey and It's a Wonderful Life, and as both the community and our natural environment are certainly better off for his service. He was an exemplary individual, and his legacy will be remembered. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And I wonder if anyone on council has a question so that Mr. Chapman can get his... Councillor Eastmere, thank you.
I'm just wondering if there's any upcoming opportunities to learn more about what's called blue ecology.
I'm so glad you asked that question. So Rob was part of the team that brought a series of symposiums together around water stewardship in a changing climate, and some of you have attended those symposiums. And we're working towards one in the Cowichan Valley, and blue ecology is the theme, and it's about interweaving Western and Indigenous water stewardship knowledge, science, to find a way forward, and it's the partnership is calling it Water Reconciliation. And you know, the building of the symposium takes some time, but in the meantime, we have a seminar coming up on February 23rd, and it's the audience is local politicians. And again, it's that theme about water reconciliation. How do we move forward towards water stewardship together?
And is this in person or online?
It's online. It's online on the 23rd, so you can watch it in your pajamas.
Thank you. Ms. Gurry.
I just wanted to say Councillor Manley has his hand raised as well, Your Worship.
Very good, yes, and Councillor Armstrong beats him, though.
Thank you. I just really wanted to thank you for acknowledging the work Mr. Lawrence did. I know when I was elected in 2017, I didn't have a lot of information around that, and I spent lots of time with him, and he was just so patient and really gave me a really good working knowledge that was really beneficial, and I really want to thank you for acknowledging that. Thank you.
And finally, Councillor Manley, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to thank the delegation as well and thank them for giving Rob Lawrence this award. And I've had the pleasure of engaging with Rob and working with Rob over many years with the city, and really appreciate you coming and doing this presentation. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any further questions. Gentlemen, thank you very much for doing this tonight. Very much appreciated. The next delegation is Warm Reach Warming Center Operations. Ms. Johnson, please. And you've been with us before, so you know 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us again this evening, and thanks to some of my amazing directors and support workers for standing up here with me again. It's very different coming to you now than how I first came a year and a half ago to present my idea of Rise Bridge and our hope of what we'd be able to bring. I'm very proud of what we've accomplished so far in community, and I'm really excited to share that with you and hope that there'll be further questions from Council in regards to our hopes for the future, short-term and long-term, and also what our current activities have looked like, especially in the last week, because we have some updates on that as well. So yes, am I controlling or no? I'm not, right? You guys are? Oh, I am. There we go, great. So recap on who we are. Rise Bridge is a new nonprofit society run by action-oriented community members and professionals. We are mandated to provide safe, accessible, and culturally anchored low-barrier services, resources, and support that can best serve the immediate needs of vulnerable and marginalized populations. This includes Black, Indigenous, people of color, 2S LGBTQ+, youth, and those challenged with mental health and/or addictions in our community. Our intentions are to advance the mental health, resilience, and well-being of our community while amplifying social justice movements and elevating progressive social service initiatives here for the Mid-Island area. Our mandate is to minimize the gaps in our social service offerings by facilitating a safe space for connection, peer opportunities, system navigation, and decolonized programming. Advocating and offering supports that are trauma-informed and culturally rooted that best meets the needs of our whole community. Included in our values and ethics, we are committed to protecting, growing, and advocating for our Mid-Island community. We believe in a holistic approach to service provision that aligns with our values of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Our programming and services are rooted in client-centered care, trauma-informed practices, and cultural awareness. Community connection and advocacy is our top priority. Rise Bridge, including the program Warm Reach, is operating under a community collaborative framework that thrives on relationships with other existing organizations, professionals, and individuals with peer lived experience to champion the social justice initiatives, elevate current community programming, and provoke tangible change and action. We exist to identify and provide short-term offerings that address the immediate needs for Mid-Island. In our programs being short-term, we underscore the importance of community collaboration to ensure we're not duplicating work and can constantly adapt our programming to the urgent needs of our community. But this has also posed a huge funding challenge for us. So far, Rise Bridge has offered Mid-Island over 4,000 hours of programming in its first year of operations. We have supported over 700 community members in resource access and empowerment programming, including our youth group, separation support, pre- and postnatal programming, and Warm Reach services. After incorporating as a society in summer of 2021, we began offering supports and advocacy to community out of our 300 square foot office below the historic firehouse building downtown. Securing our first funding opportunity in October of 2021, we began operating our programming through the fall and winter season, including the Emergency Warming Center and outreach services that we did last winter. We've participated in 31 major conferences and rallies, including cultural days, pride festivals, Indigenous celebrations, women's rights, and mental health and addiction networks, along with dozens of advocacy meetings with all levels of government. Our organization, again, continues to function on that community collaborative lens. We believe in equity, transparency, and action through connection, empowerment, and tangible support. Program highlights, and we don't have time to go through all of them, the Rise Bridge Separation Program, the Rise Bridge Youth Empowerment Program, our Parksville Overnight Shelter, which we are currently operating, and Warm Reach Survive to Rise. So thanks to you, Mayor and Council, and City Management, of course, we are now operating a 4-month seasonal program designed to offer safe safe space shelter, day and or night, and basic survival resources to those currently unhoused and or challenged with mental health and addiction concerns in our community. The intention of this program is to address the basic needs and support with navigation advocacy for income assistance, health and housing access, employment and education opportunities, cultural connections, and more through our trauma-informed session services. The front of our building is there so far, and I believe this was done 2 weeks ago. We had seen an average of 300 people in 2-week time. Again, this is our timeline of where we are at, where we came from, where we are going, talking about our staff qualifications, our current structure, some ideas of how clients are processed with us after spending time with us, how we process our navigation supports through other resource connections in community, and the shift reports that all of our amazing support staff behind me fill out on a daily basis. Here are some considerations that we have for council this evening: to continue to support us and provide us with the opportunity to continue the navigation support services even after our warming center funding closes in March, of course; to support our initiatives on offering the extremely needed support programs that we are now running for youth and families; invitation to City Council to attend our 2 open houses this month; and I'll behave tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors Armstrong and Perino in order, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed your question. You were going so fast, but thank you. Do you say you helped over 300 people at the shelter, the warming center, recently?
Yes.
Okay. And I also really wanted to thank you for your good reports. I think that's really nice to see the shift, so because that is a question that we quite often have, and people don't have documentation. So thank you very much for doing that, and thank you for stepping up to bridge that, because it is definitely needed.
For sure. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I think it's beneficial that we run so low barrier at the present moment, being that we are open 7 days a week, 8 hours a day. Individuals who may be challenged in their most, challenging mental health crises or psychosis often will always remember where our door is open, and oftentimes the door is open for them. So we see the numbers, I think, more than any other organization currently in community.
And just to follow up, if I may, I know many of our community do have pets. Is there a place there for them to leave their pets, or is there something that you do to help accommodate that? Because I know it's really important to many of our homeless population.
We continue on a daily basis to revise our policy and procedures to make sure we continue to be as low barrier as possible. We have never allowed a pet to stop somebody from accessing our services. We have a gated backyard. The dogs have been welcomed in. We have cat food and dog treats if that's happening, at least while they can at least check in with us for navigation support in other places in community.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a comment and a question. And first of all, the comment, just before Christmas, I was there at Open House, and I was so impressed. You had all these bags at the front on the stage, your little riser there, and with gifts for people just before Christmas, with everything from socks to scarves to toiletries to snacks, and I was so impressed, and we'll get on to that a little more to help you next year. I'm hoping to get them involved. But my question to you is, tell me how your relationship is with the neighborhood. How are you doing?
For sure. I mean, we all know the challenges that the city of Nanaimo in general have had, and all citizens. It's a complicated situation that we are all in with, especially up against the number of unhoused that we are. And we can appreciate that there's always levels of safety concern or nuisance, especially when we have such numbers coming to our facility. I think the difference this year is that it's public that we are operating this program. We've been operating this program for about 1.5 years as the advocates that we are, even without funding and doing our best. So, I mean, our center doors have been open 7 days a week, and we've been doing programming in a secure and safe way that hasn't seen extra challenges in the neighborhood. I think maybe there's been a few neighbors who have spoken up because they know that we are doing this now. I think Steph behind me, who's one of our major directors of operations, have personally gone to those neighbors' houses, have dropped off invitations. I meet with many neighbors almost every single morning. There's somebody who wants to come in and talk or discuss concerns that they've seen in community. We've continued to rectify that. We've hired additional security outside of our budget to make sure that we're ensuring that there's no activity going up the street instead of just going down the street. I think our clients are aware of our Good Neighbor Agreement that we have posted on our walls of our policy and procedures that we're expecting them to keep up with, and that includes not hanging around in the neighborhood, not utilizing any substance uses anywhere near our center, just to kind of rectify some of those concerns as well. And I think our location is really key. We're quite close to now the 2 OPS centers, so that really makes it I think, a lot more user-friendly for those who are challenged in drug addictions, and that they can appreciate and respect the idea that we're not allowing that sort of thing in our property.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Not seeing anyone else, thank you for the presentation and the work.
Great, thank you.
The next delegation is Broom Busters Invasive Plant Society. Ms. Sales, always nice to see you and always appreciative of all the work you and your many volunteers undertake. And you know the drill, 5 minutes, and I'll give you a 1 minute warning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Joanne Sales, and I'm Executive Director of Broom Busters Invasive Plant Society. So the City of Nanaimo has been supporting Broom Busters since 2009, and we hope that the city will continue. We have a lot of volunteers here, and they're very enthusiastic. Today, I'm here primarily to talk about Qualicum Beach. Qualicum Beach is presenting a resolution to AVICC in April. It's all about Scotch broom. The words aren't finalized yet, but I will send you a copy when they are. But we're hope that Nanaimo will support this resolution, because Scotch broom has gotten off scot-free for 170 years on Vancouver Island. These photos here are from local residents that went to New Zealand, and this is all broom and gorse that has taken the place of their forests. Scotch broom prevents forest regrowth. At that time, they did not know what would happen. We do know what happens if we cut down forests, if we clear places, and we let gorse and broom move in. Now, New Zealand has very strict bylaws, and we're hoping that we can actually enforce bylaws or whatever it takes so that we can protect our forests. Climate change is bringing us longer, drier summers, and if you look at that photo there, you can see the fire truck and the man in the background. Terry Peters, fire chief from Powell River, says Scotch broom is a volatile flash fuel. It will increase a wildfire's fuel load, escalate the fire's intensity, and make fires more difficult and more dangerous to fight. And this is because broom has naturally occurring dry branches and high oil content. All of these photos here, which are local, are live broom. Those are not cut broom. It's alive, and you can see how dry it is, and the longer our summers will be, the more we will be encountering that. Scotch broom covering transmission lines. So this greatly increases fire danger because the fire would just go right down the transmission lines. Also carries seed to previously broom-free areas. And something I had never thought about until last year, and you see me in the center there, the neighbors in this community are particularly concerned because broom blocks escape routes in case of emergencies. So in lost timber sales, Scotch broom moves from transmission lines into forests, and you can see that in these photos here, which are just outside of Parksville. So 47 million lost in timber sales in Oregon in 2014, 142.7 million lost forecast in Washington in 2017. I don't have BC information. The reason why it's such a problem is BC broom grows so huge. It's a woody weed, it's not a tree. It can grow 2 to 3 feet a year. So you can see how it can smother trees and native plants. So there's a lot of emphasis, thank goodness, on biodiversity right now, but what a lot of people don't realize is that Scotch broom is the worst offender of biodiversity. According to a new assessment study for the Invasive Species Council of BC, Scotch broom does more harm to species at risk than any other invasive species. Spreads aggressively, there's no biodiversity here. It negatively impacts agriculture and food security, toxic to animals, releases toxins and changes soil chemistry, scourge of pasture land, because when broom takes over farms, it's hard to reclaim because a single plant releases 18,000 seeds, which are viable in the soil for 30 plus years. So you can imagine you're turning the soil, and what you're going to be getting is more broom. So this is how quickly broom spreads. This is private property. This happens much too often. Land's purchased, cleared of forest, neglected, and broom moves in. So you see in the spring of 2020, this is on Alberni Highway. It was clear. Soil wasn't particularly well taken care of. But 2 years later, just 2 growing seasons, you can see how broom has taken over. And I took a picture recently. It's now 6 feet high. So people care about the spread of Scotch broom, and they want to see action. These are photos from the fish hatchery in Coquitlam. We're now on the mainland, main highway, Highway 19. So Broom Busters had over 600 volunteers cutting broom for 7,000 hours this year and last year. And in Nanaimo alone, the volunteers cut for 2,436 hours. So these are all Nanaimo volunteers, and the woman in the middle with the red on is over 90 years old. So we asked Nanaimo to support Qualicum Beach's resolution at AVICC. And I asked the local volunteers, I said, what would you like me to mention to council? And one of them said, please, to enforce the invasive species bylaws. Okay, so allow any resident to file a bylaw complaint. Because currently what seems to be happening is that they can't file a report if it doesn't immediately impact them in their neighborhood. But Scotch broom anywhere is impacting anyone. And, okay, I'm almost done. Parks Department is amazing, but we're having problem with sometimes the broom piles will be laying around too long. So whatever that would take to support the Parks Department. So that's it. That's why we cut Broom in Bloom. And again, we want to thank Nanaimo for your support, and we'll keep cutting the broom in bloom.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perino.
Just a quick question through you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting. I just wondered, what do you do with it when you cut it? Do you burn it yourself? Like, how do you get rid of it?
A lot of different things. Like in the regional district, we actually chip it in place, kind of spread out. Different cities do different things. They collect it. They can compost it. They can burn it. They can chip it themselves, compost it.
Okay, so your recommendation is to always chip it? Is that the idea? Is that what you think, or does it matter to you?
It really depends on the situation. Yeah,
Okay.
I can't give one
Interesting,
answer.
interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all your many volunteers, and you in particular for this. As someone who, well, I'll pull the old man thing out tonight, having lived most of my life on Vancouver Island, apart from some time in Vancouver, I have seen the incredible growth of broom up and down the island. And you've outlined very well tonight why it is so important that we in fact have organizations like yours, why we should support the AVICC resolution brought forward by Qualicum Beach. So thank you very much for coming tonight.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, the next is reports. And the first, item 12A, is the in-camera reporting policy. Ms. Gurry, you're introducing it, and then you're handing it over to Ms. Robertson. Is that?
That's correct, Your Worship. So for this report and the next one, 12A and B, I'll turn it over to Ms. Robertson to introduce and speak to. And if there's any questions, I'm here to help Ms. Robertson answer any of those that she's unable to. Thank you.
Ms. Robertson, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I thought it would be helpful to first provide a bit of history on the in-camera reporting policy prior to introducing the staff recommendation. So back in 2013, the Ombudsman and her Manager of Investigations were making presentations around to various local governments to introduce their open meeting best practices. And they were encouraging local governments to have a process in place to regularly review the decisions that were made in camera and when the appropriate time would be to release those decisions. So following that presentation, staff brought forward a policy, and when appropriate, meeting resolutions and related documents would be reviewed on a quarterly basis for release. And the thought of including the extra documents with the staff reports was that by including them, they thought that the FOI requests would be reduced. So when administering the policy itself, the process for reviewing the decisions, it was relatively easy to administer and to track those. But when reviewing the reports and the minutes for release proved to be more challenging, as all that material had to be reviewed with a very specific FOI lens on it. Like each one of those things are equivalent to a fairly complex FOI request. So as outlined in the staff report, there are several exceptions to releasing the information where if it was inadvertently released, it could be in violation of the FOI Act. Therefore, only staff who have specific FOI training are eligible to sort of administer that process. Once the information is reviewed and prepared, then the package has to go back to council for review, because council, whenever they pass a motion to move something into closed, you have to then pass a motion to bring it forward into open. So given that time had passed, quarterly or a little longer, council isn't involved in the day-to-day, so they also had to be brought up to speed on the status on the topics. So sort of to address this, the thought process at the time was, well, let's maybe look at doing this on a monthly basis where the information is topical of mind for both council and staff. And so in 2019, we brought forward a policy to do that minor amendment. And then unfortunately, a few things came up that prevented us from meeting that monthly target. The pandemic hit, and Legislative Services staff had to divert its resources into coming up with ways to support council in virtual council meetings and public hearings. Also, the number of FOI cases increased exponentially. It went up 3- and 4-fold of when that policy first came into place. So the resources for administering that review, the staff were absolutely stretched. And then, of course, there was the election in 2022 where all hands were on deck. To assist in the backlog, though, to try and come up with a measure where it didn't get too far behind, what we did in August 2020 was introduce the Rise and Report section on the council agendas that you see today. And this system has been really working well because what it does is it prompts council at every meeting to consider from closed immediately the potential release of information, as we saw Ms. Gurry did tonight from closed this evening, to bring it forward in a very timely manner, as opposed to waiting and presenting a whole lump of information to council at one time. Staff also identified that despite not releasing the accompanying documents this past year, there was only one FOI request that we got asking for additional in-camera information. And this probably is because staff is utilizing the Rise and Report sections of the agenda. So with the policy needing to be reviewed, staff did an extensive search on what other municipalities did for how they report out, and the vast majority used the Rise and Report to release their closed information, and only Nanaimo, Vancouver, and White Rock appear to have anything formal outside of that process. And so staff really do believe that having a formal council policy solidifying the process is important for both transparency and governance excellence, but staff is seeking council support to amend the policy to release decisions only, which could be done in a timelier manner through the Rise and Report section, as well as a biannual release on the city's website. And should council support this amendment, it would not preclude a citizen's right to still continue to make requests under the Freedom of Information process. And should council have any questions, both myself and Ms. Gurry, who administers and coordinates the policy, would be happy to respond.
Thank you very much, Ms. Robertson. Ms. Gurry, I appreciate the work on this. Councillor Perino.
I'll move the.
Let me down.
Yeah, no. But I would move the recommendation.
Sorry, no, you go ahead. Councillor Eastermeer indicated she had a question, but it's not popping up on the.
No, it was clear. It was a good report. Thank you very much. I'll certainly support it.
Someone care to move the motion then? Oh, sorry, couldn't hear you. I was paying attention.
And I think Councillor
All right,
Eastermeer seconded. Yeah.
Councillor Brown, any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Sorry, thank you. The next is the public hearing process policy amendment. I can tell the viewers at home are riveted by tonight's discussion. Ms. Gurry, you're going to introduce this, and Ms. Robertson again.
I'm just going to turn it over to Ms. Robertson. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. So during Council's orientation in November on development services, you were provided with an overview by the City Solicitor on public hearing legal responsibilities and processes. And based on that meeting, some minor recommendations were made by the City Solicitor regarding written submissions. Currently, any written submissions that are received by 12 noon the day of the hearing are provided to Council in the unredacted form and then on the City's website with personal information redacted. After 12 p.m., the policy states that if anybody else wants to provide a written submission, that we would continue to accept them right up and through the evening of the hearing. The lawyer pointed out that allowing written submissions after 12 noon and through the night of the hearing could be problematic should someone come in with several pieces of correspondence, as council and the public would not have had the opportunity to review that information. In these instances, the only option would be the corporate officer to read them out, but if a person comes in with a stack of them, you could see that would be problematic, and you would likely have to postpone the hearing over to a second night, and again, the process could happen. And the reason why this was brought up is that there was a very controversial public hearing held in the mainland where this process was done, and it very much thwarted the public hearing process. There is no legal requirement to accept written submissions during the hearing, so it was recommended that the policy be amended to increase the time from 12 to 2. It is going to be a little bit less of a time frame for council to review any submissions by a couple of hours, but then not accept them after that time. And so those who may miss that 2 p.m. cutoff always have the opportunity to come to the hearing and do their presentation verbally. And of course, we've accommodated phone-in process as well. So there is plenty of ways for people to get their information to us. The city solicitor also reviewed the policy generally and just had a few housekeeping comments, provided some clarity regarding the time limit for an applicant to present their presentation. Sometimes if it's a large rezoning or OCP, you want to be able to provide that opportunity to give a bit more than 10 minutes. Policy just clarifies that, but also the chair can always outline the parameters of that kind of stuff at the beginning of the hearing. So the mayor certainly can do that through that process as well. Also just clarifying about inappropriate behavior and how we want to make sure that no one is feeling intimidated when coming to a hearing. And also on posters and placards, that question came up. And the recommendation is that they not be allowed because those two can seem to intimidate some individuals. And so the question arose about, well, isn't that going to violate someone's freedom of expression? We were told that no, it wouldn't, because everyone is provided the opportunity, both through writing by the deadline or verbally at the meeting. So the recommendation is for council to repeal the existing policy and to endorse the new one as attached to the report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have one question, but I'm happy to move and support the motion as well. So.
Ask your question, please.
Okay, thank you. It's related to public hearings, not the proposed changes in the policy, so, but it's just a question in general. Last term, we discussed around live streaming and recording public hearings, and at that time, I voted to not proceed with live streaming and recording them. There's a recent case out of Rossland concerning a development permit that has really changed my mind on that regard, and I'm just curious through you to Ms. Gurry. I'm not proposing any changes tonight, but is this the appropriate policy that would need to be amended in that regard, or is that a different item?
Yeah, this is the policy that one would look at to amend for that.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for the amendments. They're all good.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship.
Moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Perino. Any questions or discussion? I just want to say again, thank you for the work, and notwithstanding my cheekiness about the audience at home not being that thrilled, this is important, and I think it better coincides with the most fundamental rule of administrative justice, and that is you hear both sides, and both sides have an opportunity to know what the case is, so to speak, and this gives, I think, a fair and better opportunity for people to know what has been said so that they have a chance to respond in a reasonable manner. The concept is not to delay these things and drag them out, but at the same time, people have a right to be heard. It's a statutory right, and so thank you for the work. If there's no one else, then I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much. The next is 12C, Association of Anchor and Coastal Communities Resolutions. Ms. Gurry, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this report is before you with two proposed resolutions for Council's discussion and potential endorsement this evening to be forwarded to AVICC for consideration. Council was asked if they had any resolutions they would like to bring forward to this meeting for consideration. We did receive one from Councillor Manley on ALR, which is included as number 1. The first resolution in the recommendation, and staff prepared a resolution number 2 on extreme weather shelters and proposed resolution to AVICC for council to bring forward should they choose. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. AVICC will be held in Nanaimo this year from April 14th to the 16th. And as AVICC members, you are invited to submit resolutions on topics that fall under local government purview, are specific, and focus on new issues of provincial or AVICC-wide interest. Resolutions that are endorsed at AVICC are automatically forwarded to the Union of British Columbia Municipalities, UBCM, conference for debate in September. And just in having researched some of the UBCM resolutions that have gone forward and were passed, there's pretty much been every topic considered, so I can see how hard it is to come up with any new resolutions. They've pretty much almost all been covered, all topics have been covered, so there is 2 before you for your discussion and consideration this evening.
Papered parenthood. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I do have a concern about Resolution 1, as the government did undertake this review in 2020, went back to the UBCM, and it was a whole new there was new laws enacted as a result of that. So are we not just repeating what has already been done in 2021? So that's my concern, especially also from the fact that it's coming from municipality and not from areas that are directly impacted by ALR. So I am concerned from the fact that this was addressed in 2021 by the BC government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so I put this forward. We do have ALR land within city limits, so we're not completely out of line here. I would have taken this to the RDN otherwise. And there are provisions in the ALR regulations for temporary foreign workers with temporary structures. But what we don't provide accommodation for is young farmers who want to help senior farmers live on we have seniors who want to retire on farms and young farmers who want to farm, but should actually be living on the farm rather than commuting to farms. Farming is not one of these 9-to-5 type of jobs. We also have organizations in this community, Connective, formerly John Howard Society, and NACL, and the Nanaimo Association for Community Living, who want to be able to put housing on farms, low footprint, like a very small footprint, and increased density, so that they can have rehabilitation programs on farms and grow food as part of a process of getting people out of our inner cities, where they've had an opportunity to get the services that they need, whether that's mental health services or detox and drug treatment, or rehabilitation after being incarcerated, and get them into programs where they can learn life skills, where they can learn good work skills, and do something that's good for the community, good for climate change, good for building community resilience and growing more food. The ALR, that has 2 objectives. One is to save farmland, and the other one is to grow food. And they have failed to encourage more food growing in our region. And the Vancouver Island region is, it's pathetic how much food we grow here. 3 to 5% of the food we consume is grown on Vancouver Island, but we have the ability to grow a lot of food.
Councillor, I was going to say, why don't you make the motion, and then we'll see if anyone's actually opposed.
I move that both of these amendments go forward.
Thank you very much. Seconded, Councillor Gesselbrock. Discussion on this. Councillor Perino, and then Councillor Armstrong.
Your Worship, I wish these had been separated, particularly because I absolutely support resolution number 2, but I come from a very strong agricultural community, and I'm very familiar with the agricultural land reserve and what the commission does, and this is not. It has some problems with the way this resolution is written. It has some issues, and I'm very uncomfortable with that. I understand the premise of what Councillor Manley is saying. I agree with it, but I think this is a discussion, if it was worded differently, that we would ask the Agricultural Land Commission to consider housing in particular areas or for particular reasons. I would be in favor of voting for it, but not in its current, the way it's written. So I'm concerned now we've got 2 resolutions. I'm only against one.
Your
so
Worship,
I'll leave that one with you.
I'm going to suggest that someone move an amendment. No, Ms.
No,
Mary?
well, your worship, taken as they're written, you can vote on them seriatim. So they've been moved together, but you can vote on number
Very
one
good.
and then vote on number two.
Then that's what we'll do unless I see some gross objection. Councillor Armstrong. Sorry.
Yeah, I would prefer them because I too can't support number one because there was extensive work done by the government on this. Extensive. I was part of the conversations out at the Rusted Rake. The agriculture minister was there, or Poplin, I think her name at the time was. So there's been all sorts of work done on this. I think it's something that the UBCM wouldn't even support because they just got the inaction in 2021. So we're only talking a year ago. And I also think it would upset a lot of the people that are in the farming communities that worked really hard to get where they're at now. So I just can't support number one as much as I appreciate the intent. I agree with Councillor Perino. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. This has been a long-standing issue for getting land under production. There's a lot of agricultural land out there, and unfortunately, there's not housing for young farmers to get onto it. And so, you know, you can't afford as a young farmer a $2 million property now, and commuting, you know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get out to where you need to work. A lot of times not an option, and so this land's sitting fallow, and we talk a lot about food security, and I get, you know, I'm all for one of preserving arable land. I think it's the number one thing that we need to be, you know, fighting for. And I think that this provisions can be accomplished without threatening, you know, paving over any arable land, but at the same time ensuring that housing can be built for the purpose of individuals working on farms. And I know in the farming community, I know the young agrarians, this has been a point of strong lobby for a long time, and unfortunately I don't think the provincial government and the ALR have heard clearly and looked at a solution-focused way to make this happen, even though I think it's in the best interest of everyone. So I do strongly support this, and I think that it needs to be debated at the AVICC. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm struggling with this one because I do agree that there is an issue, and I don't think it's been fully addressed by the work that has been done. But I'm not sure I see from this resolution here what would be accomplished. I'm struggling to link the problems with what another. Yeah, I guess I think the ALR has a tough mandate because they are to preserve a land and it has been very abused, especially when it comes around to housing and preserving large acreages for folks with means, and there is some issues there, but I don't know what's different about this, so that's I'm struggling with the support for it, although I do support the intention. So I don't know if there's additional information or not, and I would appreciate hearing that.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Thorpe. Pardon me, Councillor Manley and then Councillor Thorpe. I think in fairness, Councillor Manley had his hand up first.
Thank you, Your Worship. The wording of this resolution, we're requesting that the Land Commission seek ways to permit more housing on agricultural land linked to increased farm activity and food production, and subject to control by regulations to guarantee that new housing could only be occupied by farmers working on the land. You know, we welcome temporary foreign workers to come up here and do this work, and we provide the housing that they need while they're here, but we won't do this for our own young people who want to farm, who want to be the future farmers, who would like to take over some of these farms. And we have a lot of seniors living on farms who want to retire in place. They enjoy, you know, being in that place, and they continue to work that land. I think about the Windlows, you know, Keith Windlow out in the fields, right to, you know, his final years. And this provides an avenue to do that. you know, it's controlled by regulations. That would be the ALC that's determining what those regulations would be, what size footprint and percentage to the land that's in cultivation, you know. So it's not prescriptive. It's more just saying we need to find solutions in order to create more opportunities for farmers. Hay is the #1 crop on this island. Hay. We've turned a lot of our ALR land into horsey estates, and you know we're seeing the price of food spike across this planet. All you need to do is Google the term drought and food prices and you know, summer 2022, and you'll see that we're too reliant on food from other places that are also struggling with climate change. And we need to learn how to take care of ourselves, because we live on an island, we're reliant on ferries, and we're too far reliant on food that's shipped overseas from Asia, Central America, and California, which is, you know, in a real dire straits in terms of water. So we need to figure this out, and this is one way to do it. And I know that there's just been a lot of frustration with young farmers around this issue. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I was going to say, because I think we're limited to 3 minutes, aren't we, Ms. Gurry? Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try to be under 3 minutes. So I appreciate the intent of Councillor Manley's resolution, but these resolutions are designed to reflect, in my understanding, priorities of the city of Nanaimo. And this might be a very worthy topic, but we have never had this discussion at our city council table. And I think Councillor Manley has agreed or said that this would have been a better conversation at the Regional District of Nanaimo. I totally agree. I would like to see it debated there before it goes anywhere else. And I also agree with the comments of Councillor Armstrong that it has been investigated before. So I'm sorry, but I can't support sending this forward as a City of Nanaimo resolution. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to vote for it only because I don't think I could ever help anyone thinking that I was opposed to the value of the Agricultural Land Commission, the Agricultural Land Reserve. But having said that, I'm conscious of the fact that all we're doing is sending a resolution for Davie ICC to talk more about it, where I'm sure everyone will talk even more about it. So quite frankly, let's get on with the vote. All those in favor? Councillors Spear, Gesselbrock, Krogh, and Brown, and Manley, and those opposed, Councillors Armstrong, Thorpe, and Perino. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now on to resolution number 2. Does anyone have anything to say about that? All those in favor of resolution number 2? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much for the lovely debate. On to item 12D, license to Nanaimo Amateur Football Association, 6706 Dover Road. Mr. Harding, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Just pleased to bring another renewal for a very long-standing sports group, Nanaimo Amateur Football. If there's any questions on what the license is and is not, be pleased to answer any questions.
Councillor Arms, you're not coming on here.
There we go. I move the recommendation.
Sorry, say that again?
Move the recommendations.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Perino. Either of you wish to speak to it?
Nope.
No? All right, then, Councillor Thorpe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a quick question.
Wish to support the Thorpe.
Yeah.
The support.
Well, something like that. So certainly, thanks, Mr. Harding. And I'd like to comment that football Nanaimo is certainly one of the fastest growing and I think healthiest sports organizations in our city right now. So I think this is a real win for them, and it's also good for the city. I note that it brings minor football into alignment with our field use and fees and services or fees and charges bylaw. My question, though, is last year at some point we granted a permissive tax exemption to football Nanaimo for the change room concession building area adjacent to the field. Does this in any way impact that decision?
Your Worship, to Council Thorpe, this is kind of the next step from what Council provided last year for that. They were paying taxes on that property for a number of years. It probably shouldn't have been. So by giving that, as most other groups don't pay those property taxes, once that was done, we were able to formalize our longer-term agreement, renew the agreement. Now that agreement's in front of you now. So it supports what council provided last year, supports what we're providing here, and cleans up a number of, they've been there 45 years, so this is a chance to clean up an older agreement.
Good, thanks very much, happy to support it.
Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded. I'm not seeing any other speakers. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. The next is item 12E, Development Permit Application Number DP 1242-540 Kennedy Street. Mr. Lindsay, and you're tossing it to Mr. Holm. Mr. Holm, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Council, good evening. This is a development permit application from Sun Porch Homes for a property on Kennedy Street in the Old City neighborhood, and you can see the property outlined in red overhead. And if you could please bring up attachment E to the report, you'll see the building elevations there, building perspective. Again, an application for a development permit by Sun Porch Homes. This is 4 units, 2 of which are proposed as live work units. A 2-story form, so 2 residential units, 2 live work. As you can see from the design shown overhead, it's a good fit, consistent with the applicable design guidelines, a good fit for the design objectives in the Old City. There are a couple of variances proposed with the application, including a fence height variance from 1.8 to 3.2 meters. So that's fence height combined with retaining wall. A side yard setback variance from 4.5 meters to 3 meters. And then a landscape buffer and treatment variance on the west side of the property as well, adjacent to a laneway that's used to access parking for the site. So another good example of sensitive infill development consistent with what should be expected in the Old City and providing some good housing options along with some live work opportunity there. Happy to take some questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you. It was the height of the fence that threw me. I turned it into feet, so of course here we are at close to 10 feet. And I just think of what the neighbors will be looking at, and I'm just wondering, why is it so high?
Yeah, through Your Worship, I can try and speak to that. So fence height is considered in combined with the height of retaining wall.
Oh, so it's the retaining wall.
Plus.
And then plus.
Yeah.
So the fence itself is not 3.2, it's the height of the.
Combined, that's right.
Gotcha. That's all I needed. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Someone care to move the motion? Moved Councillor Armstrong, seconded Councillor Thorpe. I just want to say briefly to Victoria and its missing middle concerns, this, Victoria, is what a missing middle looks like when you're trying to provide housing in the community. Mr. Holm, were you quite correct in talking about this being the kind of good infill you want to see? I like the design and I'm very happy to support this, and if I've inspired anyone, speak now. If not, all those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. F is the liquor license application number LA 147-1630 East Wellington Road. Mr. Lindsay.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And the next 2 items are both liquor license applications, and these are both applications that Council has seen previously. Back in December, you received reports on both of these items. As outlined in the report, and as with all liquor license, the final decision on these requested amendments is with LCRB, but there is an opportunity for local government to provide comment, and in these cases, LCRB specifically asked for local governments to gather views on the impact of noise on nearby residents and the impact of the communities if these applications are approved. So item F, Your Worship, is simply an amendment to the hours of service. So the existing hours are from noon until 1 a.m. and the proposed hours at the Legion are 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. The notices have been provided to residents and businesses within 100 meters, and the comments received are attached to the report. The RCMP and the bylaw services are both have no concerns with the proposed amendments, and we're recommending that Council support the application.
Thank you very much. Moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Make one member of the audience happy tonight, I'm sure. Maybe 2. The next is item G, the liquor license application number LA 151-940 Old Victoria Road. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, a liquor license application. Referrals have been made to property owners and businesses within 100 meters. And in this case, it's not for hours, but instead to formalize a temporary outdoor patio that came out through the time of COVID when businesses were provided the opportunity to temporarily expand it. In this case, the business is wishing to make it a permanent feature. And again, Bylaw Services and RCMP are recommending to proceed, or recommending no concerns, and staff are recommending to proceed with support of the application.
Thank you very much. Is there a mover? Councillor Armstrong, seconded Councillor Perino. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The next is item H, BC Hydro Sustainable Communities Fund, Step Code, and Carbon Pollution Standard Implementation Strategy. Mr. Lindsay.
I guess I'm on my own, Your Worship. This is simply for information, just an opportunity to apply for a grant to assist with the work that Council has previously directed in terms of moving forward with Step Code implementation. Happy to take any questions from Council.
Thank you very much. Report was fine. I'm not looking at anyone raising their hand for questions. Thank you. The next is item I, application for in-kind facility rental. Ms. Mercer, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. So for many years, the Nanaimo Volunteer and Information Center Society has applied for another grant to cover the facility rental costs at Bevan Park for their annual Volunteer Appreciation Luncheon. And the Society meets all the qualifications outlined in the other grant intake, and staff is looking for approval to award this grant. So this grant that the Society has applied for since, the last grant that the Society applied for was in 2019. And at that time, the previous council approved an annual other grant to cover the facility costs for the length of their term. And that was the second time that the organization received a full-term grant for their luncheon. So now that the council term has come to an end, they are back asking for a grant to cover rental costs for their luncheon from 2023 to 2026. And currently there is an annual other budget of $7,000, and nothing has been spent to date in 2023. So I'm happy to take any questions you have on this.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any. Is there a mover? Moved Councillor Brown, seconded Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The next is the 2022-2026 Financial Plan Amendment. Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you. So throughout the year, items come up that were not originally included in the financial plan that was adopted before May 15th. So we have made no amendments to the 2022 to 2026 financial plan bylaw since it was adopted on May 9th, 2022. So the purpose of this report is to provide council with information relating to the changes to the budget that have been made between May 9th and December 31st. So the report outlines additions that were made to budget, and council were made aware of most of them through reports at either a council meeting or a finance and audit committee meeting. The ones that didn't come to council consisted of small dollar private contributions or grants. So we had 4 private contribution or cost shares and 7 grants, and that accounted for the remaining ones that didn't come before you. There was some land transfers, 2 land transfers, as well as 4 larger adjustments that were made that make up the bulk of that amount. So if there is any questions, I would be happy to take them.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. I would move that Financial Plan Amendment Bylaw 2023, number 7337.02, to amend the 2022-2026 financial plan, pass first reading.
And seconded, Councillor Armstrong. All those in favor? Any opposed? After second reading. Sorry, no. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. I would move that Financial Plan Amendment Bylaw 2023, number 7337.02, pass second reading.
Seconded. Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Perino, you've got a question.
Just a very quick question. And Ms. Mercer, it's the same question I ask every time. We still have not done everything for the final. All I'm wanting to hear is that that's still to come in probably April-ish, right? You know what I'm talking about, the taxation level. Yes.
So through the worship to Councillor Perino, this is for the last year's budget. So it's done.
Okay.
And yes, for the 2023 to 2027 financial plan, we will be bringing that back in March or April. Yep.
Thank you.
There's still a life preserver.
There's still a life preserver out there. Yes.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Brown? Thank you. Sorry, my fault.
Not a problem. I would move that financial plan amendment bylaw 2023, number 7337.02, pass third reading.
Seconded. Councillor Armstrong. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The next is item K, the BC Destination Development Fund. Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you. So this program provides a one-time grant to support the development and rejuvenation of tourism infrastructure, assets, and experiences. And the report outlines the type of projects that the grant allows for. So in December, the city applied for a potential project that was put forward, and we have since been asked for a full application, and that is for the Stadium District development. So the three items that we're looking to submit for are the Stadium District parking lot and paving and lighting, the Q Stadium bleachers, and the media and coaching booths. So the deadline for application is February 9th, so it's coming up, and the funding announcement is expected in March, so it's quite a quick turnaround time. And Mr. Harding is here to answer any questions you have about.
Moved Councillor Brown, seconded Councillor Perino. It's all about putting a smile on Mr. Harding's face. Any questions? Councillor Perino.
To receive, or what are we asking for?
We received up to $1 million.
Thank you.
In funding.
All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 13, bylaws. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move that Waterworks Rate and Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2023, number 7004.20, a bylaw to add a bulk water rate and water hauling rate, be adopted.
Seconded Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. We have notices of motion, and in the absence of Councillor Hemmons, who's dealing with a very difficult family time, Councillor Brown.
Your Worship, I would provide the notice of motion on behalf of Councillor Hemmons that is included in the agenda package. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just move forward with this notice of motion. It's been adopted slightly, but that should show up in the next meeting.
Excellent, thank you. We have no other business. Question period. Do we have any questions?
No questions, Your Worship.
No, it's notice. Remember? It's just notice. Motion to adjourn. I want to convey my thanks before I take the vote on this. Having read the minutes, and when I was absent on holiday, I noticed Councillor Brown, under his excellent chairing, finished at 8:25. We're finishing at 8:20 tonight. Well done, Council. Not that I'm competitive. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much.